gents.
Hey, Roller. Hey, Roller. What's up?
No, nothing specific. How about you?
I'm just playing air sim. I was wanting to use the missile. I had
Yep.
this phantom try to chase me down, so I did a maneuver where he couldn't quite get a beat on me, but he was trying to shoot a missile, but we were too tight for the missile to properly make the curve to catch me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I just kept calling for backup, and an A-10 came and slapped him down.
Wow.
Yeah.
He must have bled a lot of speed trying to keep up with you.
No, actually, I mean, well, I did bleed speed, but I kept a decent amount of speed. I was doing elliptical turns. So,
No, but
like,
I meant him because A10s can't turn that hard. So
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. What I did is I kept the guy going in a circle. I kept him in the same area.
okay,
Yeah. And while I was turning, I was just doing miniature dives in the middle of the turn, and then miniature climbs.
okay.
Yeah. You know,
Well,
energy management, basically.
yeah.
And he was
So
just trying to chase me, so he was bleeding a lot more speed than I was.
yeah. Well, it sounds like you must have set him up just perfectly for that warthog.
Oh yeah, definitely. That warthog came from the side, and I saw him try to shoot another missile at me, and he just all of a sudden exploded, and I was like, "Oh damn! Did he just hit his own missile?" No, it turns out the HN swooped in Fr- from the side.
Nice.
Yeah. So I said thank you, and I went back to base because I dumped my fuel pods and I dumped my missile to get maneuverability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I had that big ass penguin missile at the bottom of the plane. I dumped it the first chance I got. There's a manual ejection of secondary weapons button for specific secondary weapons, but I didn't want to fish for it, so I just spammed the fire air ground missile button until it fired at something on the ground.
Okay.
I don't remember what I bound to the eject secondary. That was awesome. But yeah, it was a F4 Phantom of the Japanese variety. Oh wait, no, it might have been German. I'm on the USA team. They're sim right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm playing as an F5 uh, A, but it's the Swedish variant that I unlocked from that event with the Penguin air ground anti ship missile.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have RWR, which comes with a launch warning. I saw an air intercept radar really close coming head on, and he tried to launch a missile, so I immediately performed an evasive to the side, like 90 degrees to the left, and I dropped a flare. I don't have more advanced countermeasures unlocked, so I could break
Mm-hmm.
flares. And I monitored I monitored activity, got him on my six, and I proceeded to keep him in a turn. And he was way too close for the missile to actually hit. He kept trying to shoot his missile, but it was too close. So the missile couldn't keep up with the curve, but I would still just drop a foot.
Okay.
And then I just kept repeating to my team to cover me so that they'll be updated on my location. And sure enough, I just kept them busy, and that paid off. Now, I do need to state that in air sim, people are a lot more open to teamwork when it comes to kind of call. I'm not saying it doesn't happen in RB, but at Jets, I don't know what to expect. But
Yeah.
I'm at 11.0, so it's well within my threshold, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I like 10-3, 10-0. But some of my favorite battle ratings are way lower than that too. I like 5-7. I like 6-0, 6-7. Especially in air sim. If you go into air sim with the ME262, where it gets up to 6-7 or 7-0, like you're not going to be fighting anything above that because like sim has like brackets, and every 2 days they adjust the brackets that are going on. Oh boy. So like let's say you want to take out the ME262, that's 7.0, right?
Hmm.
Well, let's say there's a 6-0 to 7-0 bracket. Well, guess what? You can take out the ME262, and you're not going to have to fight 8.0. You're going to have to only see 7.0 and below.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's how it works in simulator, which is a much better environment for certain vehicles.
It
Um,
sounds like it's a much worse environment though for actually trying to level your stuff up, particularly when you're on the bottom of the spectrum.
Not necessarily. An early jet like that suffers against props because props have the consistent acceleration. Early jet, most jets, and especially early jets, have what I call the acceleration curve. The faster you go, the better your acceleration. But if you lose your speed, you're fucked because you can't get the acceleration back uh, as easily. It takes you longer to speed back up. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So early jets are very susceptible to getting destroyed by props because you need a very strict energy management regimen, or else you're fucked. Because if you try, like for example, let's say I'm on a 262 and I try to turn fight P51, like yeah, the P51 will lose a lot of speed, and so will I. But guess what? That P51 can get that speed right back. I can't, you know. So I
Yep.
become a sitting duck for him just to come back around and shoot me after he runs away or whatever, survives, which he most likely will. It takes a lot of practice with that gun or the sledgehammer because it's a low velocity 30 millimeter. You gotta lead your shots a lot differently. High velocity guns. Anyways, the point of the matter is there's a lot of factors involved, and in all actuality, an early jet is more of a disadvantage. Like it has a comparable and or slightly higher top speed, but you gotta like take care of the plane to gain that. You know, you start trying to dogfight the first person you see, you might as well just yeah, you know, out of parachute 62.
I just know from my own experience in um, standard. That's not even in sim or in uh,
Talking about
the
arcade,
mode you're
right?
talking about, enduring confrontation. Um, if I'm using, say, a battle rating 5.0 vehicle that is completely unupgraded, and I'm up against battle rating uh, 6 something, which has all the upgrades, I'm in for a really lousy game, period.
Yeah.
And and if that particular mode has an even wider gap, and again, I have a unupgraded basic low BR for that thing vehicle, I'm not going to have fun.
Well, in simulator, that's not such a big problem. In simulator, you have more versatility with how you can move your vehicle. I've taken many stock vehicles out in air sim, and I've had a much better. Let's just put it like that. If I were to take that same plane out in RB, I would most likely get shredded by better stuff because the way RB and AB interfaces with the planes and stuff, and the environment you're in with like a regular match is different than with simulator. Simulator, you can approach, you can disengage, and it's like yeah, there are some situations where you might have a slightly harder time due to like certain other advantages or disadvantage, but My experience was is better just overall. Now I have had matches in realistic where I leveled up just fine without a lot of issues, but I mainly stuck to realistic sim. And in simulator, you get like more than you get 3.6 times the multiplier of what you earn. So in one battle of sim, you get like 1 kill, 2 kills, or you just bomb some shit, and you unlock like 2 or 3 modifications just from one battle. You know,
Yeah.
but um, in arcade, arcade as a baseline, because realistic is like 2.4, 2.6 or something, and simulator is like 3.6. And then there's some other bonuses that are added on afterwards, like depending on if you RTB and other things like that. Um, so there's like a bigger bonus, you know. But but generally overall, I'd say the stock experience is way better in sim than arcade or realistic. Now arcade throws a lot of different things out the window. Like planes turn and behave completely different than they do in realistic. You know,
Yeah, I know. I know. I've There's a
but you
reason why I
don't.
stopped playing arcade.
But you don't get the same amount of multiplier. But as long as you treat it like a throw around mode and not take it too, you'll be fine. Get too
Well,
stressed.
the problem is the shitty way Gaijin balances stuff. Generally speaking, for aircraft, uh, the more maneuverable you are, the smaller amount of ammo you carry, and the less damaging your guns do, because they figure, hey, you can get right on someone's tail easily. And so with arcade, with everything boosted out the crapper,
Wait.
American aircraft vastly overperform what they do in normal, in
Why?
realistic.
Why do you think they forcibly make it so planes carry less ammo? Because I haven't seen a plane that didn't wasn't represented accurately.
Because they have a battle rating system, which means the representation for balance is completely on them, whether or not it's realistic or not.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's if it was a tier system, I'd believe you, but it's not. Because in World of Tanks, they artificially inflate stuff to fit into the tier system with damage, etc. Um, but in War Thunder, anything can really do damage to anything within reason, like realistic simulated reason.
Well, we're going to have
But
a
if it was
different
a tier
opinion on
system, they
this
couldn't. Well, I'm
because
not talking about
I
an
very
opinion
much
though.
disagree with you.
Well, I'm not talking about an opinion though. This is based off of like factual things.
Okay, so you're just going to disregard my opinion. Gotcha.
Well, I'm just
User
saying
disconnected from your
it's not
channel.
about opinion. He got mad and left. Brother got mad and left. He said that War Thunder, he thinks War Thunder sucks because they have a battle rating system and they make it so planes. Now, he's the one that decided to say something about it, not me. He asked me a question about the stock experience in Sim, and I told him it's not that bad. He said, I know they balance it because it has a battle rating system to where anything that could turn well has less ammo. And I'm like, I haven't seen a plane that hasn't been accurately represented in that regard. Um, and it's not a tier system. If it was a tier system, I'd agree, but it's not. In a tier system like World of Tanks, they artificially inflate things like that. But in War Thunder, you can take on things within realistic simulated reason. Like all these things I've looked in and studied about. You can't argue with me about something like that. That's a matter of fact. And I didn't tell him that, but and he's like, "Oh, well, that's just my opinion." And I'm like, "Yeah, but the thing is, for me, it's not a matter of opinion. These are factual things. Like Like, your opinion can only go so far. Like, you're telling me something that's just straight up not true. That's a big difference than it's just my opinion. You know? Like, your opinion, like, for example, my opinion is that the periodic table is this is zinc. And it's like, no, factually, this is what's zinc on the periodic table. Oh, it's just my opinion. It's like, no, that's not your opinion. That's literally the definition of zinc. You know what I mean? That's the same thing to me. I mean, he can get mad all he wants, but I didn't do anything wrong. He took it personal and said I'm not disregarding his opinion and left, and just left without giving me a chance to say anything. Well, even if he's not a fan of it, it was his responsibility. It was his. He's the one that brought it up. Him getting pissy about it is on him. It's not on me. He can blame me all he wants. He literally said you're disregarding my opinion, and then left before I had a chance to say anything. He's blaming me. No, no, no. He said they had a battle rating system and then listed off things that were objectively wrong about it. Objectively, as in he was wrong. It's not a matter of opinion. He gave me things that were not true. And I was explaining to him that it was not true. And he said, well, it's just my opinion. And I said, it's not, to me, I said, in all honesty, it's not a matter of opinion when it comes to that. I'm speaking about objective things. And he said, so you're going to disregard my opinion, and then just rage quit. Not even, didn't even give me a second to say anything. Yeah, you heard me saying something, but that's because I just wanted to. Huh? And like I said, that's like saying this zinc on the periodic table is X or Y when it's not. You know, like, that's not a matter of debate or question or opinion. In War Thunder, planes have their most realistic armament that they could have. Like a 262, for example, it has a large cannon. It's going to have less ammo because it's a big gun. You know? And his opinion was that just because his opinion is that Gaijin sucks because vehicles that turn fast have less ammo and do less damage, which has nothing to do with the battle rating system. No, they're not, though. That's not true. It's false. Okay, so take the Zero, for example. It has 2 small machine guns and 2 cannons. That plane was specifically stripped down for weight. Guess what more ammo is going to do to a plane? Weigh it down. Yeah. Yeah, it has small ammo, but it was designed in, like, what, 1931 or something like that? The burst mass ratio revelation wasn't quite as a big deal back then, because most planes were made out of canvas still. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So it having less ammo is part of the fact they stripped it for weight. Like, you can't have more ammo and have more weight. That's literally how the plane came to be. That has nothing to do with Gaijin or anyone's opinion. That's just a fact of the matter. He can have his opinion all he wants, but I was explaining to him about how his opinion is not true. He can have his opinion all he wants. I never said he couldn't have an opinion. You understand? I ain't got a problem with that. But when he's going around saying things that are objectively not true, I can't just. His reason for not liking the game is he said he didn't like how they balanced it. He said, and he gave that reason that's objectively wrong. So his entire premise for not liking the game is flawed and incorrect. If he didn't like the game and he didn't want to talk about it, he should not have brought it up. Because I know my shit. You understand? I've studied about this stuff for countless hours. I'm not an expert professional, but I know a thing or two. And I don't hate him all of a sudden, but I don't like it. That was very disrespectful. I was not doing anything wrong. I was just having a discussion with him. He's the one that took it personal. You understand? He said you're disregarding my opinion and just left without giving me a chance to say anything. He hung up on me basically, which I don't have patience for that kind of action. To me, hanging up on somebody is one of the rudest things you can do when it comes to like trying to have a conversation. Hammer, you heard me explain this like 4 times, right? He left the TeamSpeak immediately without letting me say anything in response to him accusing me of that. So yes, he hung up on me. He deliberately cut me off just to say that he had no interest in anything I had to say. That's what happens when you hang up on somebody. Somebody that I haven't done anything wrong to him. He's the one that decided to bring up the conversation, and he's the one that took it personal. You understand? He did. He left he rage quit the TeamSpeak when we were in the middle of talking. That is what it means to hang up on somebody when you're in a call with somebody. He's like, so you're gonna disregard my opinion? And then he started to say something mouthy and then just left. And then he left. He objectively quit the TeamSpeak. I know, because the server will tell me. He didn't just go, oh, my internet went out. I would have known if his internet went out. He hung up in the middle of saying something rude to me. I didn't hear what it was, but he started to mouth off and he left. So he's blaming me. What's happening? That's fine. Everybody does it all the time to me. I never get equal treatment. I treat everyone as equals. I was being respectful to him. I wasn't talking down to him. I didn't call him stupid. I didn't say he couldn't have an opinion. I was just explaining that what he was talking about was not quite true. It was misguided. And then I was gonna leave it at that. I had an open discussion on my end. In my mind, I'm having an open discussion. In his mind, he took it as an insult. So how am I supposed to interpret that? Same difference though. Same events occurred. That doesn't change anything. You know what I mean? Like, oh, so even if somebody showed up and started arguing left, it still makes it wrong. I thought we were just having I thought we were having a civil conversation. But he didn't see it that way. He got heated. You know? To me, it's not a matter of whether or not it's right or wrong. I've never seen people that way. Well, here's the thing. Whenever it comes to discussions like that, I see people as they may be misinformed or they may not understand something. But whenever I'm actually having a decent conversation with somebody and I'm talking about things, I don't see them as, oh, they're just wrong, so they're bad. I see them as they probably just misunderstood how the X and Y works or what X is what. And I enjoy sharing what I know. I don't care if he decides to not like the game still, even after knowing that he was wrong. But I don't think it's right for to let somebody. If I have the power to shed some light on somebody's with context and their ignorance, and that there's a, you know, I'll do it. When you have the power and ability to shed light on things to help people, you should. And that's just a matter of fact, you know. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, that's how I feel. When you have the power to do that, you should try. I wasn't being pushy about it. I was just answering his statements. I was answering his questions, and then I was responding to his statement. Because I'm like, well, do I have good news for you? You know, that was my point of view. You know, oh, you think that they do this because of the battle rating? Well, I have good news. It turns out that that's not how it works. You know, like I word things specifically like I do for a reason. I specifically said I haven't encountered a plane that hasn't closely matched what it's supposed to be. And I told him, I said if it was a tier system, I would agree with you. Just like with World of Tanks, they artificially inflate all the numbers and stuff like that fit into the tier system, which is absolutely true. But in this game, there's a lot you that they don't have that tier system. You can within reason and within the simulation and realistically do things to other things regardless. And that's absolutely true in War Thunder. War Thunder focuses more on the realistic simulation aspect. That's why it doesn't have a tier system. You know? And I don't care if he still hates the game after that. But he deserves to know the truth. It's not though. It doesn't matter. He still hung up on me. What do you like? You're saying. What are you saying that he didn't hang up on me? Like. I said he basically rage quit and that's a hang up. Why would he randomly join to pick a fight with me just to quit? It doesn't change the fact that he still rage quit and hung up on me. Like, I don't care if he wanted to come in and be all hunky dory. Oh, we're friends. The fact of the matter is, he got mad when I tried to help him. He took it out on me by rage quitting and not giving and making a false accusation of me and hanging up on me. I don't care if he wanted to come in with a fucking M60 and shoot me in the head. The fact of the matter is that's still what happened. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, so what if he came in intentionally wanting to start an argument, which I don't believe he did. The fact of the matter is that's what happened. You know? Like, I'm not disregarding you or anything. I'm just trying to understand why you're like wording it like I don't think he hung up on you because he intended to come in and hit and run. It's like, but he still hung up on me. You know, like regardless, huh? Well, I mean, what do you mean a difference of opinion though? Okay, this is that's still hanging up, Nordic. Rage quitting and hanging up are two into the same. When you hang up on somebody, you do it to cut them off, not give them a chance to have anything to say to you because you're showing them you're not interested in anything they have to say. Rage quit is a similar set of things, but a hang up is basically a double down because we're in the middle of a conversation. A rage quit is whenever you just rage quit. It doesn't always have the context of a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because you can rage quit because you're mad at something or a game, but it doesn't mean that you're having a conversation. But when you hang up on somebody, you're on a call with them. You're having a conversation with them, and it's mad disrespectful. You understand? Yes, I was. We were in an active conversation, and he said, "You do not have." So you're saying you don't value my opinion, and then he started to say something that sounded like it might be potentially rude, but in the middle of the mid syllable, he closed his team speak. That's true, but it doesn't change the fact that he hung up on me. We were in a conversation, and he decided to get heated, and he hung up on me. That's still the same thing. Like I said, I don't think he joined wanting to have any problems. I'm not think in the mindset that he wanted to do a hit and run like how you suggested could be a possibility. I don't believe that. I don't He's not that kind of person. But he's not good at talking about certain things. And and his views his views on confrontation are a little flawed. He wants to try to avoid confrontation, but he indirectly causes more of it. Well, why did he fucking bring it up then? If he don't like the conversation, why did he bring it up? Yeah, and I gave him a conversation. I didn't call him stupid. I didn't talk down to him. He asked me questions and I answered them. He started the conversation about it. I told him I was just trying out the missile thing. And then he asked me about how some things work. Hammer. No, that's not what happened, Hammer. Like I told you, he immediately quit right after he said that. There was like half a second worth of time. Well, that might be what he's thinking, but look, I know, okay, I misunderstood you on that part. But you implied that there was time that passed in between him saying that and him leaving. But there was no time. In his mind, it might have been 4 hours. I don't fucking know. But the point of the matter is, there was no time between him saying you don't value my, so you're disregarding my opinion, and him clicking the close button. That was like half a second. Like, okay, maybe 2 seconds. But the fact of the matter is there was no quiet time. I tried to respond to him because it took me a second for my brain to comprehend that he freaking hung up on me. Because I started trying to tell him, like, no, that's not what I think. You heard me trying to tell him that. Well, he already hung up by then. And I didn't comprehend it because I don't believe in hanging up on people like that. I was having an open, friendly conversation, and he was having a fight. Does that make sense? And that's the true. That's the crutch of the matter here. That's the point. Hopefully he'll come back and we'll apologize and I'll be good. But I don't believe he came in wanting to fight about nothing. I don't believe he's that kind of person. Now I know everyone has a bad day, and that's fine. That's fine. Hopefully he'll come back and we'll be fine. But I did not disregard his opinion. What I disregarded was the fact that he was pushing a fact as an opinion. That's what I disregarded. Well, I don't know. He could have been having a bad day. I don't know, but I don't believe he would normally do that. Maybe he was having a bad day and just wanted to take it out on somebody. I mean, that is possible. But I don't believe that normally, under normal circumstances, he would do that. Okay. No, I didn't ignore it. I responded immediately. His opinion that he was saying was, I do not like War Thunder because the way they balance the game is wrong. And he said they balance the game. If you're a fast turner, they give you less ammo and less damage. And I said, well, that's not true because of the case here is I have not seen a vehicle that has not had a loadout realistic and appropriate to their counterpart. And also on top of that, any vehicle that you fight is capable of fighting each other regardless of battle rating. Because he pointed out that he thinks the battle rating, he basically described a tier system. And I said, but you can fight other vehicles outside of your battle rating because within simulated reason. Like if you're fighting two planes, bullets are still gonna fuck you. Can kill a jet with a biplane, Mike, in this game. You know, you can do it. In a tier system, you could never do that. So I told him, and I would agree with you if you said it was a tier system. Because like in World of Tanks, they artificially inflate the numbers and they make it so that you can't do anything to fight well as well and stuff like that to fit into the tier system. But it's not. And he's like, well, it's just my opinion. And I said, I know, Hammer, but it's not. And I said, I know, but the thing is this isn't really a matter of opinion for me. I'm objectively, I'm letting you know that these are objective facts. Well, hold on, I'm getting there. I said these are objective facts. You can check me because I got it on stream. You can double fact check me. And I know I'm not remembering it word for word 100%, but I'm trying my best to. And he said it's just my opinion, and I said, yeah, but here's the thing is that it's not what I'm talking about is not a matter of opinion. These are factual things. You can literally test this in the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling this to you to add context. All these things that I'm talking about, you can literally test them. You can look up about these planes and find out their ammo complements and stuff like that. And like a big cannon is gonna have less ammo because it takes up more space and it's heavier. You gotta have the plane fly. The Zero is one of the best turners in the game. Well, guess what? It's got barely any ammo. Why? Less ammo means less weight. One of the most important reasons why the Zero is agile like it is because they stripped all the shit out of it. It's, you know, that's how it works. It's got nothing to do with a bias of having a tier system. Anyways, so after I told him that these are objective facts I'm talking about, and they're true, and he said, oh, so you're going to disregard my opinion then? And then immediately left. This was like half a second to 2 seconds, give or take maybe. It was immediate. It was so abrupt, I didn't even comprehend that it happened. You know? And so I tried to talk to him. I was like, hey, man, that's not what I was saying. Then I realized he was gone. And I'm like, what the fuck? He's the one that started the conversation. I thought we were having a nice conversation. But on his mind, he was fighting me. He talks about wanting to avoid confrontation, but he causes more of it by doing so. Being passive about things is more confrontational most of the time. Like, I don't like to start fights either, but you can still have a conversation without taking it personal. I didn't fight with nobody. In my mind, no, I only defend it when somebody's making up some shit about it. I am acting out of proper. If when I defend the game, I'm doing it properly. I'm not just doing it because I got my butt hurt. When I know some bullshit, I clear up because I'm tired of seeing the game die because people keep shedding shit about it, and we lose good mechanics in the game because YouTubers like to do it because it's drama. It's free drama, and people believe it blindly because people don't know how to fucking think for themselves in this day and age. Everyone wants to do whatever people fucking tell them to do because that's what school taught them. And bless the people that know better. A large portion of people are like that. It's becoming a big problem. A lot of people are taught not how to communicate properly. Just swallow up whatever the fuck you're given and just accept it. I mean, think about it. Think about how many people bought that fucking stupid ass Cybertruck from Elon Musk because they just believed what they were told. How many people have died because of that self-driving lying bullshit that Elon sold? How many people put millions and millions of dollars into Kickstarters every year, and they're all just scams, including Elon Musk? Every year, this one pops up. Oh, we gotta think of the people in Africa. It's free water from the air. They make millions, and then they disappear and come back again. Make another million. I don't know if they still do that recently, but they did that for like 4 years. Like, that's not my problem. But what little initiative I do, I want to try to represent things I want to see. I want to see people be able to have a good conversation without taking it personal. If you're going to choose a hill to die on, make it be about something actually fucking worth it. Not just someone deciding to help try to help you. In my mind, I was helping him because his entire premise for not liking the game was about misinformation. I was helping him in my mindset. And I was not talking down to him. I was having an open conversation in my mind. I did not take it personal. But now that he hung up on me, I do. And I don't like it when people hang up on me. That's rude. That's one of the biggest disrespects you can give to me. Huh? That's why I'm heated about it. I don't give a shit about I don't care about whether or not he has a different idea of things. It's my responsibility to share what I know whenever I see somebody doing something that's wrong. I don't give a shit. I don't care if he likes the game or not. He can still hate the game, but as long as he's doing it for the right reasons. He could have said, "Oh, well, it's just not my type of game." Okay, fine. That's a worthy opinion. But saying, "Oh, they do it because this," and a lot of presumptions that are just objectively wrong, that's not an opinion anymore. You're just wrong. Like my example earlier, the zinc on the periodic table. Let's say he thinks it's called Wiley or some stupid shit. And I'm like, no, this is zinc. This is called zinc. This is an objective, proven fact. We all know it's true. You can choose to call it that if you want, but you need to know the truth. It's my responsibility and my respect to you as your good friend to try to help you. And if you decide after knowing all the facts, if you decide to still go your own way about it, that's fine. You can decide how you want, and you can, hell, but you need to know, you deserve to know the truth. Nobody, fucking nobody, deserves to be thrown into the dark and told a bunch of lying bullshit. That is a big disservice to humanity and them as a person. And there is so much of that in the world right now. All this shit about Trump, all this shit about politics, it's all a bunch of fucking BS. And then you get someone like John, and John, he agrees with me that the media lies, but he still fucking listens to them. I love John, but he gets these wild ideas about things that are going on that aren't actually true. Like whenever he said Trump bought a bunch of Cybertrucks. No, that wasn't true. It was a lie. One of those political people told a lie, came back and apologized for it, and admitted that they lied. But does he hear that? No. They don't talk about that shit in public media because they always want to demonize people. I don't care about Trump either way. I care more about his actions. I don't care if someone's starting rumors. I pay attention, and so far, things are going all right for the most part. You know? I don't care if the media said that he had fucking 6 children. I don't give a fuck. Oh, he wanted armored Teslas and Cybertrucks for combat. Well, it turns out that was a lie. But people are still saying shit like that. Oh, he was a convicted felon. No, he wasn't. He was never charged with anything. He was not charged with any actual anything. It was fucking, what's it called whenever they have like a fake court thing to try to in wrongful imprisonment? Trump. The point of the matter is there's just a lot of lying. The point is there's okay. The point is there's a lot of BS and lies that people are told, and they perpetuate it because that's all they know, and it's wrong. I feel bad for them. The right thing, I feel like I did the right thing. I wasn't mean to him. I didn't take it personal. All I did was explain to Roller. In my mind, I'm like, well, good news. It turns out that that's not quite the case. But since he wanted to believe that whatever he wanted, I guess, he took it personal. I don't really know his thought process. And I'm not going to pretend like I do, but some people are like that. They want to believe that way. And that's fine. They can believe whatever they want. But as his friend, it is my duty to give him the utmost respect, to give him the information he needs to make his own decision. And that's the truth of the matter. You know? I wasn't doing it to insult him or talk down to him. I cannot help it that he took it personally. I was not taking it personally. I was having an open conversation. If he did not want to talk about it, he should not have brought it up. That's on him. Never. Hardly ever. I avoided bringing it up. I avoid bringing it up as much as possible. Like, as far as the conversation stuff goes. He asked me what I was up to. I said I was trying out this playing War Thunder. And then he started asking me questions. If he didn't want to get into a discussion about it, shouldn't have started it. You know what I mean? I'm just upset that he got mad and then he hung up on me. I didn't deserve that. I was doing right by him. I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was having a fair and open conversation. He decided to take it personally. You understand? Like, imagine if someone came up to you and said, your name's not Mike, it's Josh. And you're like, no, my name's Mike. And they say, well, it's just my opinion. And you're like, well, not exactly. My name is Mike. And then they get mad and say, well, you disregard my opinion and left. Wouldn't you be bamboozled? Wouldn't you be like, what the fuck? What kind of bullshit is that? That's what it's like for me. It's like, dude, come on. Why are you getting so upset about that? No, I can understand. No, really. I usually nipped it in the bud before it got too far. At least I think so. But I wasn't arguing, though. That's the thing. I was discussing. I was having a conversation. He felt like he was arguing, but I didn't. I know. I'm just clarifying. I'm just clarifying, just to make sure there's no misunderstanding on where I stood. hardly any. Like I said, I usually avoid bringing it up. But I was in a good mood because I was talking to you, hanging out. I'm having fun. Um, he asked me what I was doing, and then I made a comment about that maneuver I just did. They got the Phantom killed, and he kept asking me more questions about it. And then he asked about Sim and how it's viable for someone that's stock, and I explained how it was viable, more so than regular stuff. Uh-oh. But then I also gave an example of how the regular stuff can also be viable stock sometimes. But I feel like Sim overall is just more viable. And then he talked about, and he's like, and then he brought that up. I mean, I don't remember it all word for word. You can go back and double check me if you want. I don't think you care to hear it, but you can always. It's right there. I got it on the stream. I'm trying to be as honest and remember, but I'm really stressed right now, so my memory is a little blurry. Because that hurt my feelings. Like, I was not upset during the conversation. I was pretty chill. I was just explaining to him that I was doing him a solid. I felt like, because it's not right. It's not right to let a friend of yours just live in ignorance like that. Hateful ignorance. He didn't like a game for something he didn't. He presumed that it was doing and he didn't like, and that was causing him to have hate. It's not good for have someone to have hate in their heart. These are the foundations of why I try so hard to help my friends. I am thoroughly convinced that I was doing the right thing. I didn't talk down to him. I don't believe it's a matter of right and wrong whenever you're having a conversation. It's a matter of whether or not you're just misunderstood something or misinformed, you know? So for me it's not a personal endeavor. Well, I mean it is, but I see it as like it's personal in the fact that you're having a conversation with somebody you care about, but it's not personal in the fact that I'm gonna be mad and just treat someone like garbage. Now, if they pick a fight with me, then yeah, I would definitely have some things to say about it. Rightfully so. But I make it a point to try to help people that may or may not know better. Seth's kind of similar. He just comes off wrong about it. And, you know, and that's what I'm upset about, that he hung up on me like that. He was having a fight and I wasn't, and that upset me. Hurt my feelings a lot. That's what I'm upset about. And he accused me of something I didn't do, in my opinion. Well, I'm pretty sure my opinion is pretty close to reality. Because I was not. When you accuse someone of disregarding your opinion, their words are deeper than what the words actually are. Does that make sense? Because when someone's saying you're disregarding their opinion, that's a lot deeper than what it sounds like. He was personally insulted by me. Um, he took it personal. Yeah. But yeah, they're like human emotions and stuff is very complex. I've had to learn the hard way. I'm a more matter of fact intellectual type of person, so it's hard for me because I think it's fun to talk about things factually. Tying in your opinion and stuff is not always like I don't mind tying in opinion as long as it's stated. But when it comes to factual things, I like to share knowledge. I like to explore knowledge. I like to learn things. I don't like to sit there and just grandstand off of something I thought that I was wrong about. The only time that I really get upset like that is whenever I get overloaded with a lot of presumptions about why I think, you know? Like if I think something and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sworn that was different, and then they get all mad and pissy, and yeah, that then I have a problem because it's like you're starting all this because just because I'm just trying to process it, you know. That happens with Seth sometimes. Like sometimes he'll be like, "No, you're wrong. This is why," and I'm like, "Seth, hold on. I'm trying to like I can't bring my words to it because he'll just keep going on because like sometimes I'll say something but in a paraphrased way." And I'll try to phrase it as a question. He'll go, "No, you're wrong," and I'm like, "No, that's not what I meant, Seth." And then he'll keep pushing me to I fucking have to tell him to shut up a second, you know. I love Seth, but that's just how he does it, you know, and that's why I get snappy with him sometimes. He's not intending to be argumentative. That's the thing. Seth is in a similar area as me. He wants to help share awareness. Be like, "Oh yeah, that's cool. Here, this is what's actually happened. That's pretty cool." You know what I mean? He doesn't see it as, "Oh, you're wrong and you're blah blah blah," and I'm arguing with you. You know what I mean? He doesn't see it as a personal matter. You know what I'm saying? And I'm similar to Seth. That's how I understand. But he just gets a little pushy about it because he's eager, and I need to get him to chill out a second. You know, and that's fine. But what matters is that he's coming from a good place about it. You know what I'm saying? That's what matters most, and that's what I care about. And I tend to do the same thing. Like, yeah, I do love War Thunder, and yes, I am tired of seeing all the misinformation and crap about it. But whenever someone's actually genuinely like listening to me, I can tell them everything they want to know. But if they want to pick a fight with me, I'll tell them to fuck off. You know? And I'll definitely defend myself in that. You see, that's a big difference. Just because I'm going to defend the game, I'm doing it properly. I'm not going to defend a game that I know shit. And I'm not going to lie. The people that spread shit about the game are lying, and I'm standing up to them. Does that make sense? Because I'm tired of seeing the game that I like get destroyed because of this. You know? This is one of my favorite games. And I have a lot of reasons for it's been a gradual process, Mike. It has been there's a lot of things that have been taken out, changed, and ruined about the game because people whining and complaining. The repair cost system, yeah, that's because people started spreading bullshit. The way the repair cost system. B29 is so ungodly expensive to fly now because these assholes that wanted to make the game worse for everybody started spreading lies saying that the B29 needs to be balanced based off of repairs cost. And YouTubers perpetuated it because it's free drama. And guess what? Gaijin listens to their feedback. And guess what happened to the B29? My favorite sim mode, Operations, got taken out. Because people complained. Those people complained about Simulator, thinking it was unfair that Sim got paid more. Or you know, that's the short version of it, but it's a lot more complicated. There's a lot of manipulation and BS. Match timers got reduced because people didn't land and leave the match. They wanted to sit there and chase after a bomber instead of playing the objective. They could have shot ground targets and won, but they didn't. They made the choice to try to chase down a bomber that's really high that they and then they complained that the matches were too long because they didn't want to chase a bomber down. That's their fault. That's got nothing to do with the game or its quality. But guess what? It got changed. And the matches got changed so much that it feels like they end as soon as they start. I'm referring to regular matches, not Simulator. A side effect of that, Simulator was affected by that. Simulator Battle Operations mode, when the regular matches got reduced by their timer, it did too. the match ended almost as soon as it started. There's been several times before they got rid of the mode where I would join, take off, and the match would end before I ever saw anybody to fight. In like a few minutes. It was fucking ridiculous. And it came because of air quotes popular opinion. And then you got people going on, oh, they never listen to the fans. Meanwhile, I'm seeing the game get fucking ripped apart because they listen too well to the fans. It's all hurtful bullshit. It poisons the well, and it does nothing to help the game. It makes it worse. You know? So yes, the game is having a lot of problems because of this crap. I keep seeing interesting things come in, and it gets taken out. And I'm sick and tired of it. You got people that review bomb the game because some YouTubers said that don't even play the fucking game, or never even played it. It's a free to play game, so you can write a review on it regardless if you actually played it or not. So yes, I do have a problem with all of that. And no, I'm not just blindly defending some shit because I feel personally attacked. Well, it is personal, but I'm right. That's the difference. The difference between me and someone else that just defends shit blindly is I'm actually correct. And I'm right in general. I'm speaking facts. I'm not talking about my opinion. I'm not making shit up just so that I can feel satisfied in defending something like brand loyalty. I ain't got no brand loyalty. I like Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, but I do not like the second game. You know? I said I liked Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 for the most part. It had its issues, but I don't like the second game. I feel like it's worse than the first one. But there's like millions of people out there that are dick riding Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for reasons that they're literally inventing in their head. They said that, oh, you could talk to any NPC. No, you fucking cannot. That's a big fat fucking lie. You know? You cannot. You cannot talk to any NPC that you want in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Just like how I'm talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, why I don't like it, I'll do the same reason about why I like something and don't like something. I do not like the fact that the B29 costs so much shit. Why does it cost so much shit? Is it the game developers' fault? No, it's because they listen to, I mean, yes, but it's because they listen to the fucking community. And when I say community, I mean a specific area of the community that want to see the fucking game burn and create alt accounts to create the illusion of the majority of the community. You know? And then they get YouTubers on, and guess what people do with YouTubers? They blindly believe them. So, I am very consistent in why I defend or talk about things. And I am not afraid to admit whether or not I think I'm right or wrong, or whether or not I fully test something. You know this. I believe in full transparency when it comes to these discussions. But don't sit there and pretend like I'm just making shit up or I'm just riding some dick and getting paid. You have to be fucking stupid to do that. But that's because they're wrong. That's why they pull that shit on me. They're wrong and they don't like it because they never considered the facts that I'm giving them. And so the truth of the matter is they don't like the game, not because they don't like the game. They don't like the game because they don't want to believe, they don't want to take accountability that they could possibly maybe need to improve or learn something, or perhaps they were wrong about something. And they just want to have something to be outraged about 24/7. I'm not saying rollers like that, I'm just saying a lot of people are. This ain't even about roller anymore. This has been happening for years, Hammer. This ain't just randomly all of a sudden. I've been vocal about this for a long time, and I'm sick of seeing it. So I'm very vocal about it. It ain't been no secret. I've talked about it a lot. Because it keeps being brought up, because people keep starting an argument with me. Well, I'm telling the truth. It doesn't matter how I fucking feel about it, Hammer. The truth is the fucking truth. You can be butthurt all you fucking want. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what I think about it. I think the developers need to stop fucking listening to people. You want my opinion? That's my fucking opinion. They need to stop giving so much of a shit about what every person says about the game. And start just making the game how they want. Do I have problems with the game? Yes. But a lot of them stem from shit that happened with that. There used to be a feature in arcade battles where, hold on. I'm telling this guy good fight, brother. There used to be a feature in arcade battles where if you destroyed all the anti-aircraft, you can land and capture the enemy airfield and immediately win the game for your team. That was cool. But guess what? You can't do it anymore. You know? I don't remember exactly why. Mm-hmm. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh, right, about the arcade taking the airfield thing. I don't really remember how that came to be, but I've been in the forums a very long time. I know how these things work. I went to the War Thunder forums for years. And you know why I stopped? I got tired of seeing the fucking circus happen over and over. People start demanding some crazy shit. People make some actually good counter, like the repair thing, for example, the B-29. A lot of people were making better suggestions. But guess what got voted up? The one that the YouTubers shared. The one that the people that wanted to start shit with all their accounts and shit and getting people bandwagoning on upvoted. And guess what? It didn't it got seen the most because they made the illusion of popular demand. But all the other suggestions that were way better than doing the repair cost bullshit got ignored because of it. So there's a big group of people ever since tanks have been added into the fucking game that want to see the game burn because of some brand loyalty bullshit with World of Tanks and wargaming. And I don't know what else, but I've pretty much labeled them a terrorist group because every few months they come up and they start all this bullshit, and it's stupid. It's ridiculous. Why can't people just let people try to have fun with something? But no, we can't have nice things because of shit like that. I'm glad that there are things that are still being worked on, but at any moment, I've seen some really big things get taken out of the game because of stuff like that. And I miss them. I miss having those options. I am not I am not I am not happy about the regular matches time being reduced. I love the game because I have a lot of reasons to love the game. There's genuine skill involved. It's not about RNG. You know what I'm saying? Um, and I love this game for a lot of reasons. Like, it's so amazing listening to an interview from a person that actually flew the planes in real life, and they performed a maneuver that they invented in their mind in the moment, and I'm able to perfectly replicate it in War Thunder without issue. That's such an amazing feeling. I learned how to do the carrier signal things with the flags, and I used that to help me land on an American aircraft carrier in the game, and it was so satisfying. It was such an amazing, euphoric moment. Because, they have actual flag signals in the game. I have not seen those flag signals in a long time. But they're still in there somewhere, I hope. But it was so amazing. And it's so good, like, putting in the practice, getting better, learning how all these different weapon systems work, so that you could pull off some amazing stuff. It's not about RNG. Oh, I leveled up. I could just one shot this guy now. It's more about you and your personal growth. And that's what I love about the game. Like, I can actually interface with the game. It's not DCS where I have to deal with limitations because the developers didn't add it in, and it's bloatware and all this other crap. I can't even fly the Apache in here because I'm still waiting on them to fix the rest of it. You know what I mean? But the thing is that, and that's fine. Maybe they'll eventually get to it. But the game is like quadruple the size of War Thunder, and War Thunder's functional. It works better than almost any other sim that I've played. That what? No, I'm talking about War Thunder. DCS. Yeah, DCS has barely any of the detail, barely of the representation of the systems, and vehicles, and stuff that War Thunder, but it's quadruple the size. It's bloat. You can't fly that. You can barely fly the Apache because it's missing so much of its stuff. You know. And this is a common complaint about people that fly them in real life too. In War Thunder, the Apache is perfectly flyable, and it's interfaceable. I don't have to wait 2 years for them to actually add what's supposed to be on it for me to fly it. You know? F6. Oh yeah, those are. But so yeah, I do have a lot of reasons to why I say the things I do about work on Earth. It's not just because I love it, but I love it for a reason. I love it because there's a lot of awesome stuff, and whenever somebody makes up stuff and lies about the game, it's my responsibility as a human being to try to give them a chance to understand. Be like, hey man, I know you think that, but you might have been misinformed. This is how it works. If they decide to get upset, that's on them. It doesn't make me a blind apologist. It doesn't make me a blind defender. It just means that they're probably just misguided. But if they pick a fight and try to like take it personal about me on it, then I have every right to be upset and defend myself. Does that make sense? Hey, I got a Gepard with the penguin. Happy about that. I used the air-to-ground missile to hit an anti-air. The Gepard. However you pronounce it. I like this guy. He's having a good conversation about because he asked me about how he got. He said we had a conversation about how I shot him down. So I linked to my stream so that he could see what you see, so that he could see. Maybe it'll help him. And he's being a really good sport about it. So I really like that. Like I like just having like some good fun. There's always room to improve. I have a lot to improve on. I suck at 12, 11, 7 and up. I have to learn a lot about the radars and stuff. And everyone deserves the chance to improve. So I offer everybody the opportunity to help practice. If they don't take it, that's on them. And that's their personal responsibility. But since I feel obligated to share my knowledge. I want to see everybody improve and have as good of a time as I am. It means a lot to me. Oops. I'm eating chicken. But yeah, like the difference between me and somebody that's just blindly defending things is one, I feel like I try to be very fair about it. Two, I'm not doing it to grandstand, put people down, and just blindly make stuff up. And three, because I'm doing it because I have actual reasons, actual facts. I'm not, once again, I'm not just making stuff up. I'm not lying about why I like X or Y. You know what I'm saying? But I see people lying about a lot of stuff all the time. But I don't. I don't believe in it. It's very disingenuous when you lie to try to just win an argument. Well, even if, like, when I say that, I use that sparingly, because from their perspective, they could be having an argument, but it doesn't mean that I am. You know? But in their mind, some people say anything to try to just win. And I don't like that. I don't think that's right. It's not fair. You're spreading, like, lies, you know? That's hurtful. And I've seen it do a lot of. This ain't the only game that I've seen that has suffered from taking in opinions too much. You know what I mean? That's the other reason why it bothers me. I've seen several games die out because of false claim. I'm stocked with this plane, by the way, Gamer. There's like an 18 in front of me. gonna look for wherever that shot down. So when I see somebody get shot down, it's a good idea to look for good idea to look for where the wreckage is coming down and find it. Those two guys that just joined on my team are being assholes. You see that, Mike? right. What's going on with that? Good dodge by that. Oh, I made a pass on his F4 while he's turning and I missed. And I saw that he was coming after me, so I turned around to do a head on, and I went to shoot, and he ducked under me, so I wouldn't hit him. And I was complimenting him in the chat. I was telling him, nice dodge. It was. He said it was luck. But yeah, these guys are just randomly being toxic to me. Like, there's no context to why they should have any reason or right to harass me like that. I understand that they have their chat turned off, but it doesn't give them the right to treat somebody like that, you know? Does that make sense? I'm not gonna entertain them. I'm not gonna entertain it. I got some bombers over here. When do you plan on going to bed? I was hoping that roller would get on so that we could play, but well, that's probably not going to happen for a while. Yeah. I was hoping roller would get on so that we could play, but that's probably not going to happen for a while. He's probably gonna say some stupid stuff about he's probably gonna say that something that I didn't do. Probably gonna say that I'm some sort of bad person all of a sudden. He probably isn't. He may or may not, I don't know, but that's usually how it goes. People that usually do that to me act like I'm the one that did something wrong. What's up? What were you saying? I was on doubt. He's threatening to kill me in real life. It is very petty. Or beat me up in real life or some stupid ass shit. Yeah, he said nothing to the guy. Guy just randomly started insulting me. Blaming me for all his problems. He got shot down and blamed it on me. I'm on his team, by the way. I blocked them, but for some reason I can still see them in my chat. It's irritating. I seem to have more effectiveness whenever I use the air-to-ground missile at longer range than I do at close range. That was... That SU-17 got on my tail. And, just kind of just crashed. I'm not keeping you up, Em. Oh, right, I remember what I was saying. I mean, a lot of people that usually treat me that way will just do their best to promote me to being the bad guy. And the worst part about it is it doesn't even have to be that way. Like, I could just let it go, you know?
Move after me.
So, hopefully it don't come to that, but based off of my previous experiences, it probably. Huh? Who will ban me? What are you talking about? Oh no, I was talking about. I was hoping that that roller don't accuse me of being the bad guy. And I was saying that from my experience, people in general, that's usually what happens when they do that to me. Because you know, if he were to come back and just be like sorry, I'd be like okay, and I'll drop it, you know. The only reason why I'm upset isn't because of the conversation. I'm upset because he hung up on me. He's very rude, dude. That's the only thing that bothered me. And him accusing me of getting my personal opinions involved when you know. Well, he said that I disregarded his opinion, which implies a bunch of stuff. But you know what I'm saying. I was just saying that I hope that he doesn't act that way. You know? Well, that's why I was specifying. That it does happen to me a lot in general. Random people. They'll, I've had several people that I thought were my friends. They'll just cut me off and then accuse me of a bunch of stuff I didn't do. Then they'll just presume a bunch of intentions I never had. Don't turn.
Attention to the designated grid square.
You know? What I mean? Because if it comes down to that, then I'll probably not see him again. Maybe, but I'm not gonna. I can't guarantee I'll have patience if somebody tries to say I did something I didn't. And how sensitive I am about that kind of stuff. Well, I hope that's all. I was looking forward to getting to hang out with him tonight because I was gonna be nobody's on. It's just me. I did answer his question. What do you mean? Why do you keep insinuating that I ignored him? I answered everything he asked me. Well, too bad. That's not my problem. But what if he didn't like the answer? If he got all huffy puffy about a genuinely decent conversation, I didn't do anything wrong to deserve to receive that treatment. It's on him if he decides to get upset about it. I get what you mean now, but I did not ignore him. I did my best to answer his question the best of my ability in great detail. Like every question he gave, I gave multiple examples. I also listed off things that I have tried and haven't tried, and then I gave my assessment afterwards and during. I was more than fair about answering his questions. I don't see the problem. I'm not mad at you or nothing. I'm just confused. Huh? There shouldn't be a problem. There wasn't until he fucking hung up on me. But, I mean, he had a problem, but I didn't. I was just talking about stuff. I wasn't mad at him for being mistaken. I was just saying, I was just trying to do the right thing and inform him that that's not quite what he thinks it is. I didn't talk down to him. I didn't push him about it. I just said what I thought, and then he double backed and said it was opinion, and I'm like, you need to know these things. It's not just a matter of opinion. These are provable, factual things. He did roll out. Roller rolled out. I don't hate him all of a sudden, but it doesn't mean that I'm freaking a demon because I decided to try to help him. He shouldn't have started the conversation if he didn't want to talk about it. He shouldn't have asked me all those questions, and then he shouldn't have said he made a very flawed. He said the reason why I hate the game is because this one specific reason. And in my mind, I'm like, well, good news. I've got good news for you. It turns out it's not quite what you thought it was. That's all. He can make his own opinion as long as he knows the facts. I don't care what he decides to do. I don't care if he wants to play the game or not. Some people will try to throw it up at me. Oh, you're just trying to make someone play the game. No, I don't give a shit. But you going around spreading that stuff is not helping. Okay, I am part of the game. I play the game. I see the game get affected because people spreading random ass rumors and opinions. It affects me when somebody decides to keep perpetually doing stuff like that. It affects me directly and indirectly. I was doing, I was being a good friend by not letting him live in ignorance. The reason he gave for not liking the game was a very specific one that was objectively misguided. I didn't say he was a piece of trash. I didn't say he couldn't have his thoughts about it. All I did was say that he deserves to know the truth. I didn't either. Yeah, he is a good friend of ours. And that's why I went ahead and shed some light on it. I didn't say it out of nowhere. I didn't force it on him. I was responding to his statements and his questions. Does that make sense? And I was incredibly specific with him. I didn't just vaguely say, "Oh, well, guess what? You're wrong." I specifically gave reasons, detailed reasons, to all of his questions and to what I said. I have not seen a vehicle that has not had a complement that it shouldn't have. That is within reason. I have not seen a vehicle be able to perform and outperform more reasonably than should be expected. Any vehicle can take on any vehicle under the right circumstances, depending on the weaponry, etc., to some realistic, simulated extent. I did specifically say realistic, simulated extent. Because you ain't gonna take no M22 and face a Tiger 2 and expect to not have to have a big fight on your hand. There's no way. You know what I'm saying? The M22 is gonna get smoked most of the time. Now there are some chances to where you could try to manipulate, like getting up close to the Tiger 2 where you can't aim down and try to wear down his tracks and shit. You could do that. You could try to use HE and blow it up behind, over the engine to start a fire. You could do that. You know what I'm saying? But in a tier system game, you can't do any of that. Anyways, in a tier system based game, you can't get away with stuff like that. War Thunder's a simulation. That simulation, and then depending on the difficulty you're in, some of those simulated aspects will be stripped off. That's just the matter of how the game. Matter of fact, it's not up to opinion or interpretation. That is literally how the game is and operates. There's people that literally try to say that War Thunder is a Ace Combat arcade game, and they're wrong. There is an arcade mode where you have a lot of simulation aspects, but there's the damage system and stuff is still simulated. There's no, you can't break your wings off an arcade in an extremely high dive either. I could take a Zero and I could take on a supersonic jet. I could take a biplane and shoot down a supersonic jet. There's a bit of skill and know-how involved, but you can do it. And a little bit of luck sometimes, depending on the situation. Because if you can bait them into a turn fight, you got it in the bag. Like I said, it comes down to skill and know-how. You know what I'm saying? If you manage to bait a jet into a turn fight like that, that means they're not good at fighting in jets. You're not supposed to be throwing yourself into turn fights like that, especially against opponents that can obviously outperform you in that aspect. You know what I'm saying? The reason why the Zero has less. The reason why the Zero has more maneuverability is because they stripped all the armor out and they stripped the ammunition out. The Zero is able to be maneuverable because of that. Not because some random person decided they wanted to balance the game and give it less ammo. You know what I mean? Like, ammo weighs, the bigger the gun, the heavier the ammo. That's why American planes are so heavy. That's why you focus on boom and zoom. They have all their weight, so they get more terminal velocity easier in a dive. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's basic physics. You can look this stuff up and you can learn and practice it. It's not a matter of interpretation. That's literally how it works in game and in real life. You know? The American engines are so big and heavy that that they contribute to this weight. If that makes any sense. Like, it has nothing to do with them balancing the game. That's just how the plane is. The ME-262 only has so many shots because it's a big ass gun. It's a 30 millimeter cannon. That ain't no tiny machine gun. You know what I mean? Those shells are like, what, as big as your fist? I can't remember, but like, you can't have 1,000 rounds of fucking 30 millimeter in a plane and expect it to fly. Let alone a jet that has a low acceleration curve. You know? You know what I'm saying? So, I have not seen a vehicle that does not realistically accommodate what it actually did in real life. You know? The Zero early on, its biggest contenders were mainly canvas types, you know? It didn't have to go try to deal with armor. Their concern was agility, so they made it happen. It had nothing to do with anything else. Whenever the Americans started using better armor and stuff, they definitely paid the price for it. It's got nothing to do with whether or not some random dude in a video game said, "Oh, they turn too good, so give them crappy ammo." You know? The whole repair thing is a balancing thing. It's completely flawed, but it came from people just making stuff up like that. You know? That was a top voted request for them to do with the game. And then people started complaining about it afterwards because probably not because, you know, it's a wonder. Like, if so many people voted for it, why would they complain about it? You know? So it's pretty self-explanatory. So yeah, the repair system is one of the balancing features. And it didn't used to be quite like that. But it was voted that way. People like how I described with the B-29, the same situation. And that's why I stopped going to the forums. I got tired of seeing it. And that's why whenever I see some weird change in the game that makes no sense and out of nowhere, that's why I blame it on that, because I've seen it happen over and over. You know what I mean? The economy keeps getting wrecked, but they keep shadow nerfing it back. Shadow buffing it back up. You know what I mean? It's a result of that. You know, those people popping up telling them to. Ain't that crazy? The economy's stronger. You make more in the game than you did way back in the day. That's for sure. But yeah, so it's not a matter of interpretation. Those are factual things. So when someone tries to come up to me and they're like, "Oh, Gaijin never listens to its player base. They're just greedy. Oh, they just want to balance the game by putting no ammo in things that turn well." And I'm like, that's the opposite of being true. They listen so good, in fact, they listen too good. They're greedy. If they're so greedy, then why are premiums weaker or comparable to regular tech tree variants? They could just do World of Tanks, where they have a tier system, get you to pay money for real life money for ammo, and then get you a premium that makes you invincible, nearly invincible, and you have to use premium ammo to compete with the premium vehicle, which costs real life money. You know what I'm saying? People that say that the War Thunder devs are really greedy don't know shit about games or have never played any other game or free to play game. Huh? What? Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. They've probably never even played any other free to play games or many other games. Because if you can look at me straight in the eyes and say that with full conviction, without any shadow of a doubt, knowing that you're completely right, with no hesitation, then you clearly don't know what's happening. You clearly deluded yourself. Yeah, because that's one of the reasons why I like the game. I can't stand most free to play games because they do the same grindy ass bullshit. Just like with World of Tanks, they have the RNG, they have the tier system, premium ammo, premium vehicles, and guess what? It's objectively a problem. But in War Thunder, they don't have all that. They do events constantly. War Thunder does, they do everything they can here and there to try to listen, you know? They do all sorts of stuff. You're just, I guess you're just being lazy or something, and not wanting to pay attention, and you're just feeling, you don't want to think, you want to think that it has to be the game and not you, and you want to feel validated. You want to be validated in doubling down and saying the game's bad because I blah blah blah. In reality, you just don't want to try to improve. You know? Yeah, how many people I've met countless people that are like, "Oh, I've played the game. I got thousands of hours. I know what I'm talking about." But they don't know the most basic shit. They don't know the basic turning maneuvers. They don't know the most basic shit about the game. And they want to talk shit and generalize and say things like that, how I just described to you. Or, "Oh, this is OP, that's OP." The second somebody says something's objectively or claims that something's objectively OP in the game, I immediately know that they're not making sense. You know? Does that make sense? Premium vehicles in the game are usually niche, which means you have to learn a specific play style to try to take advantage of their strengths and weaknesses. They're a copy of something that's already in the tech tree, which is literally just the same. No difference except maybe some visuals. Or they are a lesser variant. And what I mean by that is they don't have the same options as the other one, and they don't have the same capabilities. You know? That's it. There's no OP premium vehicles. Some people might think it's OP because they didn't bother to take the time to learn about it. And okay, I can understand you feel burned. I get it. But, you know, take a step up and be honest with yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's all there is to it. It's not fair and it's not right. People that keep spewing that toxic stuff, it's hurting the game and everybody involved. It's tragic. And then if you try to talk to them and be like, "Hey man, I'll help you practice." "Oh, I don't need practice. I'm already good at the game." It's like, well then why are you having such a hard time understanding this? "Oh, it's just my opinion." Well, I'm like, well, if it was such your opinion, then why are you going around like it's a fact? Or why are you doing all of these things that does not correlate to it being an opinion? You know? Like, if you're going to say it's an opinion, why are you doing all of these toxic things like as if you're fully convinced you're in the right? An opinion does not mean you think you're always right. An opinion does not mean you always think you're right. That's not how that works. If I'm going to say, I think the planes in this game are too fast, and then I go on and tell everyone that the planes in the game are too fast, and I refuse to include the I think in it, or it's my opinion in that conversation, and then I go out of my way to slander the game, I go out of my way to not play the game and do all these things to counteract and undermine the game, that's not your opinion. You see that as fact. You understand? And now that I'm thinking about it, Roller didn't say it was his opinion either. Or he thinks. He just said that's his problem with the game. He stated it as a fact. But that's here or there. But nitpicking aside, he did not state it was his opinion. He stated it as a fact. But yeah, your actions, you can't just be like, oh, it was my opinion, when you're literally doing all of these actions. If this was your opinion, you should not be acting that way. You know? Like let's say somebody disagrees with Trump. Oh, I disagree with Trump. It's my opinion that he's wrong. But then they go out of their way to try to get the man thrown in prison for random shit. It's like, no, you're not titled. You're not holding an opinion. You're holding a judgment. You are acting like you are in the right factually. That is a big difference. You cannot hide behind an opinion. You know? Does that make sense? It's simple logic. It's not that hard. It's very simple. You can't hide behind opinions when your actions, your statements, your phrases say otherwise. Like, yeah, I can have a different opinion. Like, I prefer, like for example, I'm not big on Delta wings. I don't find them that attractive because of the drawbacks of having a Delta wing. That's my opinion. I don't use Delta wings that much. I use them sometimes, but I'd prefer not to. That's my opinion. But if I say Delta wings suck, they can't do anything, that's not my opinion. I'm stating something as a fact, and I'm wrong for doing it. Now, I could say something jokingly like that, and that's okay. You know? But being aggressive about it and being factual is a problem. And that's the truth. I don't like using Delta wings that much. That's the actual truth, by the way, Mike. I prefer to use more fixed wing stuff and sweep wing stuff. And I understand their strengths and weaknesses. I am not equipped to take advantage of them as well as I would like to. So it also comes down to skill. I have not had as much practice in Delta wings as I've had in those other planes. That's the other reason why I prefer not to. I didn't say they were objectively bad or good. I understand they have strengths and weaknesses. I just prefer not to use them. And I have several reasons for that. One of them being is I don't find I don't find it appealing for one, and two, I'm not that good at it yet. That's the truth. That's a big difference than saying they're bad, they're overpowered, or whatever, you know? And some people do think Delta Wings did think Delta Wings were overpowered for a little, but they're not. They just have certain strengths and weaknesses that are separate, that are different. And that's all there is to it. It really is that simple. It's complicated, but it's a simple complicated. You just narrow it down to whether or not an opinion or whether or not you treat something like a fact. That's how you simplify it. And I try to be as open and honest as possible when I'm not sure about something. I try to be transparent about that because that's, that in order to have a conversation, you have to define things. You can't just talk past each other assuming you know what each other's saying all the time. You have to define what you mean by things. And that's how I feel about it. That's my TED talk, as some people. You know? That's my presentation for now. We can come back and talk about this later, but I think I've said my piece for the most part. And I don't mean any ill will about it. I usually only have a problem when someone makes it a problem and puts a problem into me because I'm not okay with that. I think because I have a problem with things that are made into a problem that don't need to be, basically. So yeah, there you go. What do you think? Yeah, well, right. And I'm not clouding it with my own personal feelings. I feel like that is an objective truth. You know? Like, I am willing to stand there and say that what I just described as being X and Y are objective truths. There's nothing wrong with having opinions, but there's a problem when you're being confrontational about something that is not an opinion, and then it's not okay to be like that. Because there's nothing wrong with not knowing something. The problem, the real folly of a person is whenever they refuse to learn and listen. How about that for a profound statement? Yeah, that's what I said, right? I said profound statement, didn't I? Okay, just making sure. But yeah, I mean, it'll be fine if Roller comes back, but I'm really worried. I'm worried he's gonna hate me now. And it's not like if somebody's gonna hate me, I want it to be for something I actually do. I know, but that's one of my biggest fears because it happens to me a lot. Somebody not liking me because they just decided I was bad for something without actually asking me how I felt. What are you doing right now? Have I shown you that B-17, the Mighty Eighth game? It's an old game and they came out with a Redux version. I told you I was waiting for updates for it. But you could like manage the crew and stuff. Yeah, there's this silly game called Bomber Crew, if that's what you're referring to. Yeah, the B-17, the Mighty Eighth, came out long before that game. the original one, and it's like a simulator. But then you can have like the flight mode where you have like all the B-17s together, and you can command the crew inside or take control of the guns, of the plane, etc. You can plan the flight path, and you have like a campaign you can go through if you want. They made a Redux version. Remember when I brought that up to you? I've been waiting for them to come up with updates because it's missing some features that the original had.
It might have already came out.
Oh no, it did. I bought it a while back.
Redux version.
Yeah. Yeah. But I've been waiting for updates because it's missing a lot of features. Like being able to control the enemy aircraft and stuff. And I forgot what else. They've updated it a little bit here and there, but it's like really slow. But I want to go back and check it out, and I thought I wanted to know if you'd be interested in seeing about it, seeing it. What do you think? Well, when would you like for me to stream it for you? Tomorrow? Alright. Give me a second. There's an enemy plane over here. I must fight him. Target. I just joined this lobby. Like I'm the only one on here today. See my radar warning on the top left? I mean on the left side? Oh, okay. Well, I'm getting an enemy plane's radar. Well, why don't you get some rest? It might take a little while though. Probably better if you go to bed, because watching one mission, I can't guarantee that it won't take long. Might take up to 30 minutes or an hour if you do a mission. I don't know, it depends. I'm also really rusty. So. think you plan on being up for that long, right? Yeah. We could do it tomorrow though. Yeah. Take care. Oh boy. boy.
To the map! We have captured a zone.
disconnected from your channel.
Never do this. Never go into the vertical like this.
Somebody cover me! attention to the map.